Off this morning if we can. Welcome along to the Environment and Community Committee meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council. This meeting is open to the public and also be live streamed, so I'd like to thank those who are in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone watching via Council's social media channels. Very good morning to he's described himself as the CEO's delegate / Environment Community General Manager, Mr. Nick Hauser. I'll acknowledge the Mayor, Councillor Paul Antonio, Deputy Mayor McDonald. Also like to acknowledge Portfolio Lead of Environment and Community Services, Councillor Tim McMahon, and fellow councillors, as I said, and staff that are present with us here today. I'd also like to acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands that we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Item 2, councillors' attendance, including apologies, leave of absence and declarations of conflicts of interest. We do have an apology from Councillor Summerfield, so if I have a motion that we accept that apology. Councillor Von Hoff, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. All those in favour? We do have just a note from Councillor Carol Taylor, who will be late arriving. It's been held up today, but she will be in attendance with us, so we can note that. Declarations, there is one, that being of myself. So in item 5, so the confidential item, Rockville Park Clubhouse and Amenities Building Project, I have a declaration of declarable conflict of interest. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. The declarable conflict of interest arises because I am a member of the AFL Darling Downs Advisory Committee, which is a advisory, whilst probably not worded exactly correctly, whilst I'm on an advisory committee, while it isn't a user, obviously the AFL Darling Downs is a user of Rockville Park. So my position on this advisory committee as a non-executive member of the organisation. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant of section 150ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting where the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or that I may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions. I'll probably open that up if anyone has any questions of me. First of all, Councillor Shine.
Just in relation to that, has this come up before with respect to Rockville and yourself?
No, it hasn't. And the reason for that being when it was first by council put in through our budgetary process, and then it was obviously post that then consultation and things have occurred with user bodies. And as I said, I'm on the AFL Darling Downs Advisory Committee, so it's not a decision-making body. There's a board obviously that sits under it, which is the AFL Darling Downs, which makes their decisions, and then the clubs that fall under it. So again, I have no more to lose or gain with this, but as I said, just the fact that the AFL Darling Downs, as one of the users and mention of this, has been consulted post it, I felt it appropriate to raise it. Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just regarding you're on the advisory committee for AFL, and they're mentioned as one of the user groups. In your work in that advisory committee, is this something that's come up or that you've talked about or has been proposed in that capacity? No. So when it was announced through council that it was happening, the only things that I've ever done is refer them to releases and what public information and any discussion. Well, to be honest, just due to other commitments, I haven't actually made the last few meetings, so I haven't been present. Or if I was in that position, I would, same thing, I'd have a conflict there where I wouldn't participate in any discussion around it anyway. But as that, thanks for clarifying that. I suppose AFL Darling Downs does seek to gain from this, and you're on the advisory committee. Do you have any comments regarding that? Yeah, I understand that. As I said, AFL does, but as I said, this is probably similar to one that we had yesterday. So from this committee, I said I don't have anything to gain, and I have no process in the decision making or the input
I have no input in the input that is made from AFL through its clubs and its delegates. So therefore, I'm not, in my opinion, I'm detached from that process, and I personally feel comfortable that I can make a decision and vote and participate in it in a unbiased and unconflicted manner.
Thanks for that.
Councillor Carl? Oh, sorry. Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. You're a non-executive. You're not even a non-executive member of these groups, are you, in any way?
No.
Therefore, if you read the managing conflicts, you actually don't even need to manage this.
True.
That's you know, and we all need to be reasonable about this. And it goes back to the core of, and we're having a session next Monday about all of these things, and this might be a good example to raise when we have that discussion. But in my reading of the managing conflicts of interest, you in fact don't have anything to manage. That's my reading of the document. So, in my opinion, there is no conflict whatsoever.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Does anyone have any other questions of myself in regards to this matter? So do I have to leave? Is there a motion, or do I have to go? Council vote. All right. So I will ask Councillor McMahon to take the chair. So whilst I vacate for the decision.
So, councillors, we have a motion that Councillor O'Shea may participate in a decision about the matter of the meeting, including by voting on the matter. Is there anyone who'd like to move that motion? Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Shine. All those in favour? Motion is passed unanimously. Thank you, Councillor.
Just the reasons would be similar to what I've mentioned, Kirsten, which is that Councillor O'Shea is a non-executive member. Well, he's not even a non-executive member. He actually has no conflict to declare.
Would it be good to distinguish advisory committee to board?
But an advisory committee, Councillor McMahon, is an advisory committee. They have no. There is
I'm saying,
absolutely
did
no
you want to distinguish that
power
in the reasons, or you're happy?
Well, Councillor O'Shea's put that in there, but he has no. Be interesting to raise this one next week if someone forgets to remind me.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. To Councillor McDonald's point, it's like, how do you argue the logic of something that doesn't require being raised in the first instance? So,
Anyway, we have the meetings, we have the reasons, we've voted. I'll hand the chair back to Councillor O'Shea. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, councillors. And again, I understand the position with it, but I suppose I just felt it was appropriate to put it on the table, I suggest. So to ensure that there was no issues along those lines, because it is. Anyway, you've probably discussed it enough. So councillors, thanks. And it's an Environment Community Committee meeting. A couple of dates, actually, I just wanted to acknowledge, actually, which I think are important to note. Of course, we know Remembrance Day tomorrow, which is a significant one, of course, on our calendar. And then also one that I came across in my just scrolling through. World Kindness Day comes up on the 13th of November. So it's the 13th of November, so I think it's an appropriate one. As we know, I try to start each of the committee meetings, of course, with our message of, and I'll say it again, with our committees and culture within council to have open and honest and frank debate, but at the same time being soft on people. So as I say, hard on topic and soft on people. And with World Kindness Day approaching on the 13th of November, our opportunity where I think the main message behind World Kindness Day, if you haven't looked into it, is that it's something where we look to achieve the goal of peaceful coexistence. So it's something where we more focus what we all have in common. So 13th of November. It's also my wedding anniversary, so I probably picked a good date. So for the 13th.
Interesting topic, Chair, and a very apt one in today's climate.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Cull. I thought appropriate. So World Kindness Day. So some really good messaging, I think, around that. All right, councillors, we do have one item that is in open, and that's not in front of me, sorry, so I'm just going to read it off the screen here. So this item is around the, sorry, if we can just scroll down, the community grants policy. And I might, General Manager Nick, I'll ask to introduce this item for us, councillors.
Good morning, councillors. Putting on my GM hat for this one. Councillors, we're asking you to consider revisions to the community grants policy this morning. And the community grants policy was originally adopted by council way back in 2011. It has undergone many reviews and amendments in that time, and most recently the last amendment was in December last year. We did have an information session with you in relation to this one in late September. We're not dealing with the subset guidelines, the various community grant program guidelines in reviewing this policy. This is the overarching policy. We do have a series of workshops scheduled with you over the coming months to review the guidelines of those particular grant programs. So rest assured that's on its way. We had a bit of difficulty securing a 2-hour block, so I think we're doing it across a number of half-hour sessions to review those. The major changes that are proposed in relation to the policy are to add at round 2, a grant funding moderation panel review process, and that's in response to us finding ourselves in a position at the time that we come to council and make recommendations around approval of various grant programs. Some of the programs are fully taken up or perhaps even oversubscribed, where others are undersubscribed and there's available funding. So we'd like you've given an indication to us that you'd like to take advantage of those under-subscriptions to perhaps better fund the oversubscriptions, so we've added clauses to allow us to do that. We've added a review process prior to the assessment panels considering applications so that we can make sure the applications are allocated to the best suited grant program. So if they might be better suited to environment grants but they've applied for community grants, we'd make the referral across and we can deal with them that way. We're also implementing a micro grants program, which you're familiar with. We've conducted that for the last 2 years, and removing the temporary COVID-19 pandemic recovery reference from the policy. That program no longer exists, so we've removed the reference from the policy to bring it up to date. So they're the main changes, councillors. I commend the report and the policy to you. If there are any questions in relation to the application or the content, the author of the report, Mr. Darryl Bates, is here, as is the manager for the branch. They'll be available. Mr. Gary Humphries, they're available to help you too.
Questions, councillors? Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick question concerning this, probably to Darryl. In the micro grants change, we've got who the review panel is. Just wondering, in the grants moderation panel and also the pre-panel that you're looking to introduce, neither of them have councillor involvement?
No. In the recommendation it was the review panel will be grant officers like myself, the Mark Reedies, Sue Lostros, so we'll put a formal review process into it that actually we all get together and make sure that's allocated to the right areas. And the moderator one in the policy, the recommendation to council is that it sits at manager or delegate level. So there'll still be the assessment panel, so councillors will still sit, review. It'll be the next level before it comes to full council for a decision or for committee to council.
Thank
so
you.
We'll moderate that across.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Chair. I think that it's a great idea that we're going to be assessing them before they come to the panels for their suitability, and hopefully that will mean that some get up across the line that might not otherwise have got across the line. My question, Chair, is through you to the General Manager. Sorry, Nick, did you say that we are going to have an information session where we discuss some of those things that we've talked about previously, like the allocation of funds? I'd raised previously that arts get $25,000, sports gets closer to $500,000. Okay, and when's that happening?
Do you want me to go?
Yeah, sorry, thank you. Through you
all
to
good.
Darryl.
Councillor, we start next week. As Nick alluded to, we couldn't get a 2-hour session between now and Christmas, and I was keen to come back to councillors so we could get that sorted before we go live 1 Feb for the next round. Sorry, get my glasses back on. The Youth Grants, Floral Parade, Cultural Arts, Sports Tourism are next week.
Yep.
And in the first bit of that is an overview for councillors on what we've funded in what year, the last 6 years.
Yep.
So what was allocated, what was funded, and I've also put into those things like when we've done first code and funded out of some of those areas. So it gives council a really good overview of what we've funded for the last 6 years in allocations from funding programs. The next sessions will be on the 24th of November, and the last sessions, which will be community economics, sport and rec, and micro grants, are on the 15th. So,
Okay, thank you. Thanks for going over that again for me.
Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, thanks, Mr Chair. Just through you to Darryl. The emergency grants are mentioned within the context, and it's been going for some time. Can you just put some context around what would justify an emergency? Thanks.
yeah, it's an interesting one, councillor. Historically, post-amalgamation, we did a lot of in-kind or financial support for Deco at one of the shows if it was wet. So we did a lot of post-amalgamation stuff that would happen. We've bedded that down now with support to showgrounds and some of the community groups through our core program. So 2 examples, at the Mill Merrin, and we've only used it twice in the last 2 years, which has been good. We're pushing people towards more of the grant programs. So Mill Merrin Pony Club accessed $500 to assist for payment of waste disposal at the tip during the Queensland State Pony Club Championships. And then the other one was a recent one. The Range Road Runners Orienteering Group needed some data from our GPS staff. That cost $196, which was officer time, to export that data into their map that they were producing. So they're the only 2 we've used in the last 2 years.
Yeah, thank you. That's great. Just as a quick follow-up, and not for, having a deep dive in today, but when we do have the sessions, can consideration be given in regard to the additional expense that's now required for not so much COVID, because that's becoming normalised, I guess, to a degree, but around traffic management for different events? It's becoming a burden, not as a result of council, but as a result of other be it state government or other areas of regulations, which, from a funding perspective, when we're giving an event or some sort of activity funding, and the majority of that is now being eaten up by, the operations of letting it happen, there needs to be probably a conversation around how we manage that, I think.
And Councillor, we acknowledge that from the staff that are implementing that, the core events program. As recent as a weekend, Jacaranda Festival was on, and the big component of the funds we give to them was traffic management, where historically they'd used it for other things within it. So we're also due to bring back our core events program to council with a list of not just Anzac Days, but a range of events and what the real costs or increases are and have been, and for consideration of council for some more funds for that.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Are there any further? Councillor Carr?
Just further on that point, having fielded a couple of complaints on the weekend at that festival, and it's not for today, but in consideration, I think this will be a statewide issue with legislation. And I wonder if there's not an opportunity to go to our peak body, LGAQ, and represent the issue around the viability of small rural and regional communities are under threat by that sort of legislation, and how can the state and local governments work together to actually alleviate some of that, to facilitate community events and activities. Might be a thing to put on the agenda, Chair, when we have those discussions.
Great.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Are there any further questions? If there are no further questions, we do have a recommendation. Councillor McMahon, happy to move that recommendation. Councillors, is that council adopt the updated 2.59 community grants policy, attachment 2. So moved by Councillor McMahon. Do I have a seconder? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Does anyone wish to go into debate? I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously.
Thanks, Council.
Thanks, Darryl. Councillors, we now move to adjourn the Environment Community Committee meeting. So we'll have a motion that we are going to move by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Carl. All those in favour? Thanks, Councillor. So we'll resume at the end of Finance and Business Strategy.
Well, good morning, councillors. Welcome to the Finance and Business Strategy Committee for November. I welcome the Mayor, councillors, Councillor Shine as the Portfolio Lead for Finance and Business Strategy, CEO Delegate Nick Hauser, Acting General Manager Anne-Marie Johnson and the other officers in the room and the gallery. Thank you very much for coming along today. Appreciate your presence, and all of those watching at home or where else you may be. Welcome to you all. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Moving to item 2, which is the attendance, and we do have an apology from Councillor Summerfield, so we do need a motion to do that as well, I would assume, because we're in another committee. So thank you. Councillor Vonhoff, move. Councillor Melissa Taylor, second. Those in favour? Motion is carried. I have no notification of Councillor Carol Taylor at this point. If Councillor Carroll isn't here, we'll make note of her absence and record that, perhaps if you remind us at the end of the day. We probably should do that. Any declarations, councillors, on the items? If there's, I've none before me, but if there is anything that crops up, please, either yourself or other councillors make note of that at that point in time. We have 3 items 3, 4 and 5, and item 3, councillors, is the operational plan for first quarter, July through to September, and we welcome David Quinlan in his new role to present the operational plan for the quarter, 21-22 first progress report, Acting Executive Manager, Business Transformation and Strategy. David Quinlan, welcome.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Good morning, Mr Mayor, councillors. I'd like to present the performance report for the operational plan for the first quarter of the 21-22 fiscal year. As we all know, it's a statutory requirement of council to develop a operational plan for each fiscal year and to report at least quarterly. The first 3 to 7 pages of the report provides a graphical visual summary of performance across the organisation. The summary is expressed in terms of actions and supporting milestones, KPIs, against the 5 pillars of the corporate plan: people, place, sustainability, prosperity and performance, as well as by the 5 groups in the Office of the CEO. Attachments 1 to 6 show the detail of the data, if you like, against which the summary is prepared, and attachments 7 to 11 show requests for changes to the operational plan by group. Mr Chairman, I understand at this time it's a common practice for us to turn over to questions to individual general managers. Before I do, I'd just like to mention Troy Beecham, who has worked tirelessly to not only round up the data and the information across the entire organisation, but tirelessly works to put together these reports on a monthly basis for managers and also the quarterly report for council. At the end, if I would be able to talk at the end just about a couple of administrative matters and also the format and nature of the report going forward. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much, David. Appreciate that. So, councillors, we will work through, as we do each quarter, through to the CEO right the way through. If and some elements have suggested changes to the operational plan, so we'll deal with those when we're in those sections as well, rather than going back and re-looking at those. So the first area, and obviously the CEO is an apology, but we have the delegate of the CEO who may take these questions on notice if there are questions to the CEO. Nick, if that's okay, for a response perhaps next week from the CEO's report when that comes through, if there's changes there or questions. Are there any questions that we can put on notice for the CEO? Councillor Rebecca?
Thank you, Chair.
So if you wouldn't mind just saying the page number.
Certainly. So I'm looking at page 77 of 472 for board books. This is the staff turnover rate, and we're at 14.8%. The target is 10%. And I bring our attention to this because for several months now, this has been creeping up. And, you know, what our role here is to identify trends and work out what's going on with that. So I bring it to the delegate of the CEO's attention that staff turnover rate just keeps climbing, and that's concerning to me.
Thank you, Councillor, through you, Mr Chair. I'm happy to make comment around that. I think that we're experiencing an environment now where people are motivated to change their careers. We've heard the talk about the Great Resignation and those sorts of things. I'm not sure that's been proven yet, but it's a theory that's floating around, and perhaps we're seeing some of that affecting us. Perhaps there's other things that are there as well. So that turnover is there. It's certainly a topic of conversation at the ELT to try and understand that and observe it. I think the high rates are also driven by the timing in the year. July is a time when people who are looking to retire tend to retire for personal taxation benefit purposes and the rest of it. It makes sense to do it then. So we tend to see that influencing the results, and like I said, this talk of the Great Resignation, I think, is also influencing it. So I just wonder whether 10% is an achievable target. That would be my observation, but I think it's certainly on the agenda at ELT.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Of course, there's, you know, significant costs to the organisation with onboarding. So ideally, you don't shift the 10%, you shift down the 14.85%.
Yeah. Look, I agree. And the other comment I'd make is we are, through my own personal experience with my team in terms of recruitments, it's really difficult. The number of applications are low, and the quality of those applications are low as well. So it's a real challenge at the moment to find good people.
Thank you. Subsequent question, or second question, actually.
Just on that one, Councillor Rebecca, notification has just been slid across my desk from the Acting General Manager, Finance and Business, Anne-Marie Johnson, that the October figure will be down to 13%. So it's a small incremental drop, but it's in the right direction.
Is the right, yep.
Yeah,
Great.
so it's obviously is top of mind for ELT.
Yep, thank you. To the delegate of the CEOs, just comment just now about how hard it is to attract staff and retain staff. My second question goes to the CEO's request for change to the op plan. So I'm looking at page 230 of 472 of board books. I'll give everybody a second to get there. So the CEO has requested that we get rid of the KPI that that measures the Pulse staff survey results, and his responsibility to improve those staff survey results. And the request is for a different KPI, percentage of cultural review, bullying, harassment and sexual harassment action plan adopted. And then the next one, percentage implementation of the adopted cultural review action plan in accordance with agreed timelines. And my question is, to the best of my knowledge, we haven't seen either of those action plans. Is that the case? Council has not seen either of those action plans?
We might take that one on notice, if that's okay, and then perhaps the CEO can include that in his report next week.
Because if we haven't seen those action plans, the first question is obviously how can we possibly approve making that a KPI for the CEO? And then the second question is, what's the justification for doing away with the Pulse staff survey results when we've got baseline numbers from November 2020 and a planned one for 2022? I think that needs a lot more investigation.
So perhaps the way to deal with this in this instance is to leave it as it was before, so don't have the change, and let it run for this next quarter, and then we can assess it.
Yeah,
that might be a better way to go.
I think that given the importance of the subject matter to councillors, it would be a bit of a leap for my hand to go up in any case in favour of agreeing to such a massive change to the CEO's KPIs. So it feels undercooked to me and needs some more consideration. Thanks, Chair.
So let's make note of that, Kirsten, so that the recommendation would include somewhere along there not to have the change listed on page, or no, will it be, Nick, you think about that wording while we go to the next one.
Thanks.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just
So leave it as it is, not do the change.
Yep, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions for the CEO area, Councillor Schoen?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Just in relation to that first matter raised by Councillor Von Hoff, page 7, I was just wondering, is there a overall uniform increase in the staff turnover rate in all portfolios, or is it particularly high or low in individual portfolios? We might be able to get some details on those for next week as well.
We might take that one on notice as well at this point, Councillor Schoen, if that's okay, and perhaps that could actually be circulated as an email, that one. Any other questions for the CEO's section? If not, we'll move to, what's the next one? ECS, Environment and Community Services, page 88. Page 88, you grabbed the microphone, Nick. Yeah, great idea. Page 88, questions, councillors, for ECS, Environment and Community Services. Any questions in regard to ECS? Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Chair. If nobody else would like to go first. The library numbers, Nick, and I note the commentary attached to all of those red crosses relates to COVID. And my question actually stems from the news that we got yesterday from the state government and the mandatory vaccine requirements to enter libraries, galleries of the state. Do we understand yet, or have we had legal advice yet, about how that would be expected to flow or not to local government and Toowoomba Regional Council?
The short answer to the question is no, we haven't. It was released yesterday, so we haven't even had a chance to discuss that with my team yet, let alone seek some legal advice about that. I did note the wording was around state government, libraries and museums. So I'm not sure whether there's an expectation that applies to us or whether it'll naturally be extended to us.
Perhaps something that can be taken on notice through the CEO for an update to councillors next week.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely would be something that the CEO could provide. I'd say there's plenty of moving parts at the moment, trying to just determine what that actually means. So on the same subject, Councillor Antonio and Councillor Schoen, you're on the same subject? Okay, Councillor Antonio.
Whilst I was absent yesterday afternoon, Melissa Ballin certainly was involved in the listening to the Premier, Deputy Premier, and the very subject that you brought up then has not been covered. It hopefully will be covered today in respect to the impact on local government. And I think it's something, you know, if the rest of the world is doing a certain thing, well, maybe we have to do it too, despite the difficulty there will be in this room. But I think, you know, I have the notes, a very comprehensive set of notes that Melissa has kept, so they're available if anyone wants them. The question was asked by Karen Williams from Redlands.
Thank you, Mayor, for clarification. So we may get more over the next 24, 48 hours as well. Councillor Schoen?
I just want to get an explanation, if I could, about the press reports about the Mill Bay opening and the fact that there was a carnival there, but it appears not to have been opened for the general public. What what can you tell us of current position in relation to Mill Bay Aquatic Centre?
Well, the Milne Bay Aquatic Centre is due to reopen on Monday next week. That's the first thing I'd like to say. Just in relation to the use as a carnival venue, that was in the 50-metre outdoor pool, and it's essentially a private booking and able to manage and address all the risk associated with the construction site through various entry locations and the like. It's most of the works have been indoors, and that's where entries through the indoor centre and use of the indoor facilities and then through to the outdoor pool. So it's just a matter of managing that public health and safety risk. It was a full-on construction site. It wasn't a small project that was a bit of a touch-up of paint here and there. There was, the entire indoor pool's been, tiles had to be stripped and new ceilings and all of those sorts of things. So it was a very, very big job.
So 15th, next Monday. Councillor Sean, get your togs out. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan?
Thanks, Mr Chair. Nick, I'm not sure, I see there that you've, due to resourcing, about trying to get the service catalogue
Can you just give us a page number and where it is, please?
15 of 151, 85 on board books. I suppose it's a question, given that we endorse the service transformation strategy, I guess it's a question I'm asking overall, what are the timeframes to have that service catalogue completed by the organisation?
It's probably actually a question for Mr Quinlan, given that it's in the BTS branch. I might hand over to you, Dave.
Thank you, Councillor. Certainly with BR1, there was a certain amount of money. We had a range of, which you'd be aware of, there were a range of costs that Council had to deal with. There were quite a range of submissions that were put forward for new positions from various parts of Council. On that basis, the positions to actually undertake the service review, where the construction of that service catalogue would come from, are not there as yet. However, the service catalogue, as I understand the KPIs, are to be completed by the end of the year. While we haven't got too far along at this point, we're expecting in the new calendar year we will actually have that done. It is day 23 for me in this role, and I'm meeting with ELT tomorrow. One of the things we need to bed down is what is a service catalogue. There is very different views as to what it is, and more importantly, what it will do and what it will achieve. Yes, you could write up a service catalogue relatively quickly at a very high level. The question is what level of detail and to what format, ultimately for what use. So one of the major questions we're talking about tomorrow at ELT is what the expectation of the service catalogue actually is. If the role of the service catalogue is to be used as an instrument quite reasonably to work out what we should and shouldn't be doing in terms of priority, then that's a much more different question than if it is simply to provide, for instance, a broader view as to what we actually do as a council.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I just think that that's probably one of the critical starting points in our business transformation. If we're going to know what we've got and know the level of that service, to know whether it's appropriate. So I would have thought it's
absolutely.
a really...
I would agree, Councillor. The question is the level of detail. So, for instance, as an example, we provide wastewater services, a wastewater service network, unconditionally. However, at what level of detail would the service catalogue have to go to for a discussion about, for instance, if I extend my house, if I do $1 million extension of my house, council may indeed replace the sewer underneath that extension at the ratepayer's expense. If I build a unit, it is done at the owner's or developer's expense. There's very good reasons why council landed at that position, I think some decades ago. Part of business transformation and review would be perhaps to review a decision like that, to see if it is still valid in today's environment. The question is in what detail would we develop a service catalogue to show up that issue? Or is it good enough to have a broader view and us to drill down on those individual components as we need to? Thank you, Councillor.
So we'll no doubt after ELT have worked through machinations, we'll have a session back here then, David, with a proposal would come forward. Maybe
Certainly,
an information session.
I think business transformation and strategy, the broader understanding of what we're seeking to achieve, by its very nature, creates in many people's minds different views of what it will be. The CEO has asked me, and I've spoken to a number of the general managers, I think our first priority needs to be a shared narrative on where we're at in terms of financial sustainability and what we do. As yet, understanding we have 1,700 staff in possibly 40 or 50 different businesses, we need a narrative that can be understood, whether you're running a jet patcher out of the Goombungie depot or you're running a library, swimming pool, or doing live sewer connections. You need to understand a common narrative of where we sit. Individual staff have a very different understanding at this point of where we're actually at, whether they sit in, for instance, in a council meeting, whether they are experiencing working in a capital project, experiencing where they are in a particularly operational area. We've tried in the past, in my opinion, to create a structural approach that's shared by all, but of course all businesses are different and all elements of our business. So we would like to come back for an information session with Council, I'd say in the first quarter of the, quarter 3 of this fiscal year, the first quarter of the new calendar year, to talk to Council about where we're at and where that narrative sits. Without a shared narrative, it's much more difficult. And similarly with things such as a service catalogue, what is our intention overall? We could produce something quickly, but it may not meet the needs or expectations of different areas of council at this time.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor Shine, Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to David, actually, in relation to the comment that Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan just made, several of us councillors had the opportunity and pleasure, I'd say, last week to attend the Queensland Treasury Corp financial briefing workshop. And Councillor Shine was there, you, Chair, yourself was there, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Taylor and myself. And one of the points that was of particular interest was they did a section on service catalogues and the successful level of detail and implementation, and gave the case study of Noosa and how that Noosa had been pretty generous with sharing that intelligence with other local governments, and that it was a model that had been picked up in other councils to the north. And it was interesting to try and sort of, for me, wrap my head around what was in it and the usefulness of it. And he gave the example of lawn mowing, and it was terrific because he said, you know, we have a line item, lawn mowing, and this is how many hours council spends per annum mowing lawns, and this is the cost associated with that, and that it was this guiding document so that when there were requests for funds, it was clear to see, well, if those funds go to this place, show me where the service is going to be reduced across mowing lawns or, you know, inspecting drains, whatever it might be. So I just commend that to you as a place that, and you've already gone there, but it was just really interesting for us councillors to hear that through that Queensland Treasury Corporation briefing.
David, you'll take that on board. It's not dissimilar, I guess, to standards of service across all our areas, whether it be our hierarchy of parks, our relationship between waste services and where they sit. Councillor Shine and Councillor Carl.
Thank you. Just to refer to page 28 of the progress report. There's an item there about the KPI ending in 287. Comments, the Merrill Garden Party and Volunteers Thank You event were delivered. The phasing for this KPI is incorrect and will be corrected for future months. The target was 4 and the actual was 2. What does that mean, the phasing, and how it will change? Do we know?
Page 28 of the,
Of 151?
of 151, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shine. So the KPI for us is the number of core community, civic, mayoral and corporate events successfully delivered, and our target was to deliver 4, but we've delivered 2. So what we're reporting is that we delivered 2 events. The target was 4, however, that target was incorrect. Our phasing for this particular quarter shouldn't have been 4, it should have been something else. So our total
Like two,
overall
like two.
annual, yeah, probably 2. So our total overall annual number of events to be delivered won't change, it's just the time during the year in which they occur. Yeah.
Right, no, thank you. Could I ask
Sure.
a different one? The next page, 29, KPI ending 418. No external funding submissions were submitted by community groups with support of CDOs in September. This seeming underperformance, and it was 1 out of 1 instead of 6, so it's probably more than a seeming underperformance, is within tolerance for this activity, as the volume of applications is reliant on factors outside of council's control. Just wondering if you know or can find out what sort of those factors are, you know, that would have that cause this result?
Yeah, well, we're reliant, I guess, on those external funding programs being available. So these are not funding applications to council, these are funding applications to, might be the Gambling Community Benefit Fund or other federal or state programs, or and our CDOs will assist the community groups to make applications for those programs. So if those programs are not available for some particular reason, or they're delayed from this quarter to next quarter, their circumstances beyond our control in terms of helping those communities to apply, or community groups to apply for those grants. It's also heavily influenced by the community's capacity at the time too to take advantage of those grant programs that are there. So it's, yes, we're seeing an underperformance here for this quarter, which indicates to us that we need to have a look at it and see what's going on, and we'll continue to monitor that. It'd be interesting to see what the October performance is like, but it's on our radar now for us to have a look and intervene if we need to, yeah.
Thank you.
Just, pardon me, just on that, Nick, I wonder about this KPI I have for some time, because the actual commentary is no external funding submissions were submitted by community groups with support of CDOs in September. Whereas if you read the KPI, it may suggest that there has been no applications by community groups to external areas, which are 2 different things, because there's been plenty of groups that have received grants from gambling grants and others that haven't gone through a CDO. I just think that might need a bit of an overview of that, because it's not reflective, and Councillor Shine's picked it up. It reads, if you read the KPI, that no community groups, only 1, has received outside funding. But the actual commentary says that they just haven't gone through the CDOs. It might just need a bit of... Can you take that on notice?
Yeah, I can. I'm interpreting the KPI slightly differently to that. It says the number of external applications submitted by community groups via a CDO, officer assisted. So how many community groups did we support to lodge an application? And we're saying there was only 1.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. What's the measure?
Yeah.
Because effectively, there's plenty of other community groups have got gambling grants that don't come through us. So
it may not be a particularly useful KPI
Exactly.
to us. It may
It's
be
not
a case that we've increased the community's capacity to such an extent it doesn't need the CDO assistance anymore, so
that's
they're
the
doing it on
point.
their own.
It may be, you know, just as a matter of interest, how much external funding has come into our region, you know, because of
And once upon a
grants,
time,
external
this
grants.
KPI was useful to us,
Yeah,
perhaps
but
we've
now
outgrown
we've
it.
probably moved on. Yeah, I actually think it should just go from the document, to be honest. That's my thoughts, and give that some thought for the next report. Councillor Carl.
Yeah, Chair, sorry, can we go back to the service catalogue? I've got a question to David. And it's more an overarching question of taking a broader view of the service catalogue. David, in your discussions and reflection with the executive, and I imagine there will be a fair bit of it. I actually wrote down here, but similar words to what you said, an agreed narrative. I said an agreed snapshot of our current position. But I'd be interested to know, as a boardroom member here, will the presentation to council or the workshop or deliberations with council, once you've gone through this, is it considered in the context of the prioritisation model, the risk management matrix, its relationship to the operational plan but not duplication in function, the standards of service, and ultimately the corporate plan? Because I hope that this isn't just another independent tool that isn't effectively operated, that delivers outcomes on the ground, but it needs to speak to all those components. It's intrinsically linked. So I gather there'll be much discourse and reflection in an executive management room around all those moving bits. Because I see the limitations on this service catalogue if the prioritisation model isn't right yet around the balance of risk in the matrix and how prioritised projects hit the ground.
Through you, Mr Chairman. Councillor, you're absolutely right. The development of a service catalogue should take all those things into account, as you said. Indeed, it's useful, however, to produce a service catalogue in the first instance as to what people are actually doing now.
That's the
There is
snapshot.
a view that perhaps there are some things that we are currently doing that you wouldn't like to think so, but may not necessarily be firmly reflected in all those other things. And it could be that indeed we're choosing to do some things through principle of practice or whatever that we've been doing for quite a period of time without necessarily having reviewed that particular action or series of tasks that we do in relation to risk and priority and all those other things you've talked about. So yes, and we have looked at the NERSA model, and I do think in the first instance we would ask people what they are actually doing. What are we actually putting resources to today, and start at that position rather than it's probably a bit of a jump to immediately go to what we should be doing. So in the first instance, let's work out what we are doing. I think it's a good process for managers generally because as part of thinking about your business plan, continuity, all the risks that you're up against, it's reasonable for a manager obviously to be thinking about the sorts of things that we're doing and that would form the basis of a service catalogue. I am, however, a little bit conscious that we don't want to simply say to 30-odd managers, go away and develop a service catalogue of your services without first working out what it is we want, giving them some sort of a template or a format, because otherwise you'll get 30 different things in and then people become frustrated potentially if we then say, oh, that's not what we wanted, we want something else. So I think a little bit of thought at the front end. Our managers are particularly busy knocking out those services that we require, and I think we should put some thought into what we actually want, give them a roadmap as to what we're doing with this, how to use it, how it will be used, and that instills a lot more confidence in those managers in what we're doing in terms of business transformation.
Thanks.
It'll be a good session when it comes back, Councillor Coe.
Yeah, and hence the snapshot of, like you say, and I'd humbly suggest that this points towards a rolling review of those other components, i.e. prioritisation model, the risk management matrix, all of those sorts of things. Yeah.
And one more comment I'd make through you, Mr Chairman, is that our business is continually evolving. Things are very different to what they were 10 or 20 years ago, and we have evolving risks such as cyber security and other things like that, which might not have been as forefront to our mind or even considered as high a risk as it perhaps is today.
Good, all good discussions, and no doubt we'll have a good session on that in the first quarter next calendar year. Councillor O'Shea and then Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. One for General Manager Hauser, probably more a comment, but I wouldn't mind his thoughts on this or comments on this. Page 108, 472 is the one I'm referring to. or 37 of 151 of the actual report itself. So around, it's some wonderful numbers around library, Nick, just in terms of new membership, which we see as a lot of those that are increased targets around that, I think is a great testament to the work that's obviously been done in that area, and to see the, you know, how much the community values these sort of facilities.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor O'Shea, for pointing that out. And I think it's flowing on from the comment that Mr Quinlan made earlier about the changing nature of the services that we provide. So, you know, we can see some KPIs, some performance there that's beating targets, and some performance there that's not meeting targets. And I've discussed some of those with councillors last month when we were doing the library service review in relation to number of visitations to our library. So we can see that that we have an apparent underperformance there in relation to the targets that we had set ourselves. However, we're seeing good performance in a couple of other areas. So I think it reflects the changing nature of the business, the service, and community expectations. So that the challenge for us is to understand exactly what the community is seeking and try and best match our services to that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Also to Nick, a couple of questions, or one comment. Thank you, if you could pass on to your team for the reopening of Milne Bay. And I note that has been very hard, and a lot of operational matters that have been hard to deal with on an international level. Being in Mackay a few weeks ago and noticing that their big outdoor water park was also closed to the public with the same issues, I believe. So thanks for the work you've done. Just wanted to ask a question around art galleries. I've moved it now, page 105 of the report. We have 3, and I note the Crow's Nest one. I was looking to see how we're going with that, and it's not even in the operational plan anymore. We go Rosalie and Toowoomba, and the KPIs concerning Crow's Nest on page 106 of board books are not in there at all. I don't remember taking them out. I was just wondering if you could talk through what the story is with that and where we're up to on a potential reopening of that.
In relation to the operational plan reporting, I can't recall the detail around April when we set those. I do know that Crow's Nest is currently closed, about to reopen, so it could be a case that we understood that at the time. Right. So we haven't set ourselves any KPIs for the first quarter performance, knowing that we would be closed and opening second and third quarter. That could be the answer. I'd need to go and understand what else is sitting behind this, because what we're reporting to you is this quarterly performance. So if a KPI is future dated, it wouldn't be showing up here.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for your work on that as well. I think it's been pretty much closed since we know we've been in this seat, so it's almost 2 years now. But I look forward to it being put in once it reopens and those conversations about how it's going. Thanks, Nick.
Okay. Councillor Shine.
No, thanks, Chair. Just in relation to similar matter, page 38 of the 35 rather of the report in relation to the Rosalie Gallery. It's only opened on a Wednesday and Sunday, and people are probably not used to that time frame or that limited time frame, which might explain the numbers are down. Can you tell us, just for my benefit, what the normal opening days were for that gallery pre-COVID, and what is the aim in the future? Yep. Is it to stay at Wednesday and Sundays indefinitely, or...?
Yep. I can, and I can see that comment could potentially be a little bit misleading. What we were trying to say there is the pre-COVID opening hours, I think, were Wednesday to Sunday. That was Wednesday to Sunday. Wednesday to Sunday, inclusive of Thursday, Friday and Saturday. And our gradual reopening only had us open on Thursday, Friday and Saturday. And so naturally we had a reduction in the number of visitors because we were only open 3 days compared to 5. What this comment was trying to say is we've recently reintroduced opening hours on Wednesdays and Sundays, and we should see an increase in performance around visitation as a result of that.
As well as the other 3 days?
Correct,
yeah.
Yes. Yep.
To answer yours, Councillor Shine. Councillor Megan.
Oh, thanks, Mr Chair. Nick, I don't want to open a can of worms, but I do want to ask you where in the operational plan it is assessed the appropriateness and a review of what stock we have in the library and library books, and get you to comment on that for me, please.
I don't think there are any KPIs or milestones around that. That's part and parcel of the operation of the library by the library team, yeah.
So that, how does it, can you just explain to me how that happens?
Yes, we've got a collections policy that guides the collection, and the team is guided by that. It's developed in accordance with State Library Queensland guidelines and the Library Industries Association as well. We have funding from State Library Queensland that has some requirements on us around our collection and the programs and services that we operate as well.
Thanks, Nick. Any other questions for, in this stage, GM Nick Hauser? Other questions there? Okay, we'll move then to... Oh, you had some additions too at the back there, didn't you, Nick? Is there anything that you want to raise there?
There's one for Environment and Regulatory Services, Councillor McDonald, and it's simply replacing two KPIs that weren't performing particularly well for us with two other KPIs that we think will be more advantageous to what we're actually trying to measure. So one was measuring number of, and we're now proposing that we measure percentage completed or attended to.
Okay, so I'll just go to the page on that one there. What page is that, Nick, on your...
That will be...
Here we go. It'll be close to
It's almost the
247.
last attachment.
249, is it? Development search, okay, percentage, yeah, right, okay.
Yep, so I'm getting there now. So you can see that we're proposing to delete number of development compliance inspections conducted and replace it with percentage customer requests relating to property searches resolved within the service standards timeframes. And number of that relates probably to the deletion of number of development searches conducted, and then a new KPI, percentage customer request inquiries relating to development compliance received within service documented standards. So number of is something that we don't have a lot of control and influence over, but our performance in resolving the inquiries we do have some control over, so it's a much better objective measure for us.
Very good, thank you, Nick. We move now to Finance and Business Strategy Group, and Anne-Marie's here to answer any questions. We'll take some on notice if there's no answer there. Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Anne-Marie. My question was around the people, culture and engagement. And on page 65, where right back at where we're just giving a progress report and it's green ticks all the way down, that's the one yellow of the whole report. And I note that on page 128 as well, when you're giving an overview of your branch, that seems to be the one of some contention, conjecture. I suppose I know there's been a lot of progress made and we've employed people and, you know, those kind of changes are being made. It may be a simple answer. Are you expecting this to get better by the time we meet next because of those changes? Or is this something that we need to, as a whole unit, focus a lot more on?
Absolutely expecting changes. So this report is as at the 30th of September. So here we are now in the second week in November, so it's quite out of date. And I know looking at October's reporting, there is an improvement already at this stage, and we're expecting that to continue. So it is most certainly an area of focus for the whole organisation.
So we'd expect some change in that at the next quarter, I would suggest, and even the quarter after that. Any other questions for Anne-Marie? You had a couple of extra changes too, Anne-Marie, at the back.
Yes, in customer communication and engagement.
That's
I've got Kylie here to talk us through those.
Great. That'd be great. Actually, I wouldn't mind that if we can do that. So, councillors, it's on
Page 241. 241 of 472.
Yeah, okay. And the actual item then is actual items 245. That's one in particular around the engagement support provided to capital operational programs. So 245 of 472. Kylie, would you like to talk through those changes?
Good morning, councillors and everyone else who's in the room. I have submitted some changes for your consideration, and I'll just talk you through the thinking behind some of those changes. Some of the changes are just further aligning for the new branch, customer communication and engagement. So it's minor word changes, a little bit more consistency amongst the different services that you see there. There are some substantial changes suggested in the stakeholder engagement area towards the back, I think it is. Sorry, I don't have my iPad with me, towards the back of our report. The stakeholder engagement section has traditionally, we've used those KPIs for some time now, and they're a good indicator of how busy we are and what we're managing to achieve within the team. But they're not, we've come to realise, and we've realised for some time, but they're not necessarily KPIs that we can influence. So, for example, we have a well-resourced stakeholder engagement team, probably the best resourced we've been since I've been at council. We have a standard number of projects on the books in any given year, so we average around 100 and 110 projects that stakeholder engagement have been asked to provide support and assistance with. In any one month, there's a varying level of activity against those different projects. So some projects in a given month may not have much activity against them at all, depending on where they are in the project stage, and then others, there might be a lot of activity. So what we're finding at the moment is we have a lot of projects listed and a lot of requests for support, like we always have, but the nature of the projects that we've got at the moment are not helping us meet those KPIs. So some of the projects that we might be assisting with at the moment don't lend themselves to regional engagement on Your Say. So to try and have a target around Your Say, encouraging people to go there when we're not actually doing a lot of engagement on Your Say, can be problematic for us to influence. It's one channel by which we engage the community. We have lots of smaller projects where we would do more targeted engagement. So that might not be Your Say, it could be face-to-face meetings, it could be a letter informing them of a change and let us know if you have any concerns. So I think at the moment we're just finding the nature of the projects, there's still plenty of them, but the nature of the projects are not necessarily allowing us to hit those KPIs. So the realisation is that the KPIs are interesting, but staff are not, in the stakeholder engagement team, are not necessarily able to influence those. So we have two choices, I think. We can either reduce the targets, and we did go with some stretch targets based on feedback from council over the last 18 months. So we put in some stretch targets. We can reduce those targets. So one of my options might be to reduce those targets by about 30% and see if we can hit them, knowing again that they're not necessarily targets that we're able to influence directly all of the time. Or we could come up with a different measure or a different KPI, which we've suggested there. And it might seem like not a very insightful KPI. We did a bit of desktop benchmarking to see how other councils are reporting on engagement. And it seems to be that they might talk about significant projects that they're working on and some of those measures that we're already talking about. So the idea was to give a KPI where we might be able to provide you some commentary that encapsulates some of those KPIs that we have now.
So, councillors, question, Councillor Von Hoff. Then Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I see the requests for the change, Kylie, but can you point us in the direction, like I've gone back and forth a few times in the September year-to-date op plan for your section. I can't actually see what the current numbers are for the Your Say KPIs in this September report. Which page, though? Which page, though?
On page 77, 151.
Oh, here's the book in front of me. Let's have a look.
So what page did you find there, Councillor Carroll?
Sorry, Mr Chair, it's on 77, 151.
77, thank you.
Okay, so thank you. So the target that was set for those engagements, those Your Say engagements with the community, was 6,200 and a little, some change.
Yes.
And where we're actually sitting at is 1,600 and change.
Yes.
So if I'm hearing what you're saying, Kylie, your justification for wanting to not have those targets anymore is that you feel that you can't influence the numbers and therefore meet the targets in the KPIs. And so you were saying that the option is to either get rid of them or revise down the numbers so that they're achievable. And can you just explain a little bit more to us why it is you don't think that the team is able to influence those Your Say numbers? Because if I think of some of the work we're doing, for instance, in planning and development at the moment, where we're really, really beseeching the community to be in touch with us, more voices the better, because your voice is going to shape what we do with this work. Can you explain why you don't feel that it's possible to influence those numbers?
We have tried a number of... Okay, so my point is about the nature of the projects. So at this point in time, we don't have a high volume of region-wide projects or projects that we have on Your Say. The Toowoomba Futures is definitely one that is active at the moment. We would love for the community to participate in that, and we have marketing and comms that support that. So in that way we can. If we're cutting through and we're telling people why it's important for them to have a say, we might get good results from that particular project. But there are many, many other projects that are not on Your Say because they don't have the same reach and they may be more targeted. So to have a Your Say in isolation of all of the different channels we use to engage the community is a bit misleading. Mm-hmm. I think that's our challenge. We definitely try and influence. We've had a Your Say campaign all year, so we've had it on the back of buses, we've had banners, we encourage internally as well as externally. We're really trying to refine our messaging to encourage people to participate. But sometimes it's the volume of projects that we have there as well as how many people want to engage with a particular project.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. And just a supplementary, if I might, Chair, what are some of the other ways, other than Your Say, that stakeholder engagement does try to elicit that information from the community?
So there are operational sort of road projects that might be very small projects in terms of how many stakeholders are impacted. So that's a more targeted personal approach. So instead of trying to get a regional participation, we're saying, well, 5 people at the end of this road are going to be impacted by this particular project. Let's see how we can mitigate those impacts or get their feedback. So it's face-to-face, it's online. Online is not our only mechanism. We'd love for people to engage with us there because it's helpful collating that data. But we do a range of things, forums, workshops, all of those sorts of things.
Yeah, letterbox drops.
Yep,
all that sort of-
absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Carroll and Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank
Carey.
you for that information, Kylie. I think looking at this, I mean, the fact is that stakeholder engagement have been quite proactive in some of these situations too, i.e. Russell Street and others like that that impact on the community. But the actual reality is with people, they're busy, and I see where we've doubled or we've added 16 new registrations for September. The actual fact is that people will only really engage in numbers when something really impacts on them. If, say, Russell Street did, but you were very proactive down there along with ISG and others and planning as well. So I think with this, I have a different view. I think the KPI needs to tell us something, and if it's not doing that, then it's misleading. So I'm just not sure what we do about that. I mean, if we have, for instance, if we had a flood event again, you would find that will increase in number so much. Do you know, some event that might happen, or if we had a road closed in the middle of the city here for some reason, you would have people getting on there. I think that's where the numbers come from. If people are really impacted, and then they're, they will get on there and say something because they're concerned. But I think we also need to recognise the fact that stakeholder engagement, Kate and the team down at Russell Street and others have been extremely proactive in some of that space, so that's probably taken a bit of the heat out of that as well. They have to be motivated to get on there because, we're all busy. It would be wonderful, and we've got some who do, but my point in bringing this up is, I guess, that unless it tells you something, the KPI is misleading.
So we might just park that as a bit of a thought pattern. We'll go to Councillor Carl and Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Chair. Kylie, if I'm reading you correctly, the issues that come up for me as you raise them are one around flexibility and one about the relevance of the project for a start. So all well and good, a big project that is a region-wide initiative like a planning scheme review. But are you planning, my question to you, I guess, is are you planning some sort of feedback on the back end of this, if you're considering the measurement at the other end, are you planning some sort of feedback to the boardroom around some different methodologies or approaches that corporate comms might be taking in the future, or even from the point of us getting our head around, under the direction and guidance of our overarching policies, of course, but ensuring we're singing from the same page, I guess, so that if we go to an event, an opening, a project, sod turning, whatever, that we clearly understand the methodologies that are being employed by corporate comms and how that can, how we can either aid or hinder that as a councillor as well sometimes. Are you planning any feedback?
I can certainly bring that to council if there's an appetite to do that.
I guess you mentioned a couple of micro methods of consultation with the community.
Sure.
And under our overarching policy, IAP2 is one of them,
yes,
as you know. It would be helpful, I feel, for us to refresh ourselves
sure,
around some of the mechanics or the initiatives under that type of framework, so that we're all familiar and that we can walk into a room and know, this is exactly what's going on.
Sure.
And this is the end point at which we need to reach, and this is how we as a councillor in our respective networks can encourage people to be involved according to the framework that's being used.
We have the community engagement policy up for review at the moment, so there's an opportunity, there's a set of guidelines and a toolkit for the organisation sitting behind that, so we'll be looking at all of that through this policy review, and it's likely that the policy will come back to council if the changes are substantial. So there may be opportunity. Otherwise, I'm happy to do a session generally across corporate comms. Social media policy is also under review, so there's a couple of things underway at the moment.
That'd be helpful.
So,
Thanks,
Councillor
Jeff.
Carl, I guess just getting back to this point, which was that KPI, are you suggesting that perhaps we need to consider, after we go through that process, a different measure that could be more meaningful in regard to that IAP2 or whatever the case is?
Absolutely,
Righto.
that the officers can frame up some...
That might be through that conversation, maybe something could come through there. Councillor Shine?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just going back to your say again, that KPI, and the fact that the actuals were quite significantly less than the target. Just wondering how the target was arrived at. Was it based on previous year's activity, around about that 6,000 mark?
We worked through a process, Councillor Shine, with corporate performance where we we looked at the maybe previous 4 or 5 years and tried to go, well, this is where we need to lift to. And then they're the targets that we've ended up with. So slightly aspirational this year, and that's why I kind of think it's the nature of the projects that we've got happening at the moment.
As Councillor Taylor was referring to. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Councillor Shine. Any other questions in regard to that? Kylie, perhaps just given the conversation, Councillor Carroll, and Councillor Cole and Councillor Rebecca as well, in regard to that particular item, the question I probably have is around making sure that we have meaningful information to this group, as Councillor Carroll picked it up, and not creating additional work for the organisation when it's just a nice to read. So, and I'm not 100% sure that that KPI will actually measure anything, because it's actually saying percent engagement support provided for capital and operational programs. In a business as usual situation, you would reach 100% every time, because that's what you do. So I'd actually really like further consideration, and given that you're going through this process, Councillor Carl talked about, Councillor Carroll, I just wonder whether we shouldn't be leaving it as it is until the next quarter. I don't know what you feel about that, councillors, but I'm just consumed. Sorry, Carol, what was it?
Mr Chair, changes to parking may well lift that.
Oh, definitely. Any of those things certainly will lift it, won't it? So I'd like personally for us to reconsider that once we go through that process. So if councillors are comfortable with that, that would be just reverting to what that was before. You comfortable with that? Because I think there's a bit more work to be done through that, so it's meaningful.
Yep.
So make note of that, please, Kirsten, if you could. Well, it'll be page 245, so it's the 245 of 472, which is basically not doing the change. It's in reviewing it the next quarter. So the recommendation will be as per the attachments, and the attachment would be changed, not the recommendation. Yeah.
Do you want to have the branch name?
The branch name, yeah, no, we're only referring to the KPI, new KPI, percent engagement support provided.
Under stakeholder engagement.
Yeah, under stakeholder engagement.
Yep.
That's the only one. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Good.
Thanks, Carl.
So
Sorry,
Chair,
Councillor Carl.
So, Chair, in order to aid Kylie, the timing of that around the next quarterly review, I know everything's squeezed in at the moment, but it would probably be beneficial for councillors to get their heads around some things that you're thinking about and the initiatives, and prosecute some of those. Yeah?
Yeah, and I think that will tie in with what this may be, you know, measurable, easy to follow, easy to do, and not creating extra hours of work to create it, which is what you were getting to. Yep. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, councillors.
Thanks, Kylie. Councillors will, do you want to just adjourn for 10 minutes? Would that be comfortable to do that? So could I have someone just move that we adjourn for 10 minutes? Moved by Councillor Antonio, seconded by Councillor Shine. Those in favour? That's carried.
be that, your plant and materials, or be that labour. And the shortage on the labour side is going to have a potential inflationary impact as well, which I think is flowing through not just into our business, but many businesses. Yeah.
Thank you. And just a supplementary, if I may, also, Mike, the difficulty to recruit sufficient staff at all levels within the group as well would be affecting that?
Yeah, across the board, council's got some challenges, but particularly we're out for quite a number of senior engineering and senior project manager roles at the moment, and trying to attract good people and the challenges there. So we're working very closely with PCE and having a lot of internal discussions to see what we can do to make our offering as attractive as we possibly can.
Thank you.
That's it, Melissa, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Rebecca, then Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Chair, through you. Thank you, Mike. I want to challenge the logic that's been applied here today and put a contrary perspective, and that is that surely actually it enhances your argument when you are trying to justify more budget if you're falling short of those targets. Would it not be better that you say, instead of revising down the targets and meeting them, would it not be better that the targets stay as they are and we can see the increase in costs, we can see and we understand the labour difficulties, and then when we are doing our budget considerations, it's more apparent to us that there is a problem here. So that's my first reason why I actually don't think that we should be revising down these targets, because if you want more money to deliver more and to have the capacity within the workforce to deliver that, then don't be revising down the targets. Stick exactly as they are. Secondly, when you revise down targets, it's very hard to bring them back up. Year on year, I think that, and it's not just in this area, it's in all areas of council. Once we walk back from a target, it sort of fades into the distance and it becomes harder to get back there. That's point 2. And then point 3 is you've talked about all of those variances in the costs. Some of the raw materials are more expensive, the tyres, all these variations, and some have been put at 8%, some have been put at 35%. Would it not then, even if you were to accept, okay, we are going to revise these numbers, would it not make more sense to average out the increase in all of those expenses and get that number and apply it uniformly across the KPIs instead of, these are wide variations. Some are a 50% drop, some are a 3% drop. So for those 3 reasons, I actually think that we hold steady on our annual targets. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, there's some good points there. In respect to, I'll probably go your third question first. The Bureau of Economics at the Commonwealth level does the construction indices and the like, and so the averaging of what those impacts are is what I've mentioned, the 8%. So that's the, inverted commas, the CPI of the construction industry presently on the last 12 months, and you see that through housing and building and all sorts of areas of construction. So that's the averaging. So that takes into account the price of tyres and the price of glass and the price of steel and concrete and everything else to get to that point. The basket of goods, so to speak. In regards to our targets, I suppose there's a couple of counter arguments. One of those is that what we're trying to demonstrate in here to our community is what we're going to achieve this year. So rather than at the start, as sometimes, as I mentioned earlier, as we go through that budget development and operational plan development, as we get to the end of the previous financial year, the two don't necessarily all line up. So this first quarter is the lining up of where those things have occurred, or where we're misaligned. So that the target there is then reflective of what we're actually going to achieve this year. It doesn't mean next year the number, again, may be up or may be down, depending what the budgetary elements of council. I suppose I don't see the operational plan necessarily as an arguing tool for increasing funding necessarily. I mean, things such as pathways and stuff give a good indicator. My thoughts is what we present, as in the State of the Asset address that we did through August and September, where we put in front of council what the state of our assets are. And council gets a very clear picture of, where those assets are sitting and to what degree of investment we are asking for. We're not able to fully fund that at this point in time, as noted within those presentations to council, but that's probably where the real challenge is, to understand from a budgetary point of view how much should we be putting into renewals. This is really just a sense of where we're at the time, and just, as I said, realigning budgets and what we'll achieve in the year that we're in.
I just, a comment, if I might, Chair, which is I don't think that it is such a bad thing to say to our community, we haven't met these targets, and this is why. Everybody understands what's happening with materials and the realities of supply chain issues. And then I also just think, if we are going to change those numbers, then that 8% makes more sense to me uniformly than these such variations across the numbers. It's something just to have a think about. I just think that I understand what you're saying. It's about what we deliver for the community, but we can just be honest with the community and say, there are these external factors that are weighing very, very heavily on council, and it is our intent, because those targets are a reflection of the intent of council, and it is our intent to deliver X amount of kilometres of bitumen roads being resealed each year, and you'll appreciate surely that we haven't been able to do that. And again, it will help with budget justification, in my opinion. I'll leave it at that, but I just think it's something that we need to think about a little bit more.
Yeah, can I just, if I may, through
Sure,
Chair.
Mike.
When you look at these, there is also, maybe I didn't point that out earlier, like if you look at gravel road resheeting, what the numbers were across north, south and central, and what they total to, and what they were in the red, and then what they're now in the blue, some of it's a shift between exactly where that funding's actually being spent as well. So that's part of the reasoning why some are up and some are down. Just background information.
Councillor Carroll, and then
Thank you,
Councillor
Mr
Carroll.
Chair. Just following up, through you to Mike, but just following up on Councillor Rebecca's comments, a conversation around the whole local government funding model does need to be had and be ongoing, and we all need to speak with the one voice with our community. And I'm going to say that because it's just going to get worse. If you don't change the operational plan, what does it tell us? And what pressure are we putting on the staff? That's my concern. We know, as Councillor Melissa has mentioned, that we've got a lot of staff vacancies, and that puts a lot of more work and pressure on the people that are there, and I appreciate very much that they're doing a great job there. The budget allocation doesn't cover the cost of providing the services, Mike has just said, and If we want to achieve the targets, then we're going to have to reconsider that, because the cost will be the cost, and it's not going to go backwards. The grants and subsidies, I just need to, I think it's pertinent. I believe that it's a very interesting article in today's Australian reporting on the dwindling spend of the excise collected on fuel back onto the roads where it was supposed to be, on maintenance and upgrading of roads. That's what the excise was originally brought in for, and there's very little of it being returned. But the looming issue is that people who have electric vehicles pay nothing to consume the roads, nothing to consume the roads. And that no government of either persuasion has the courage to bring in road charging. So, I mean, they do nothing to cover the cost of the road that they consume. But New South Wales and Victoria, as states, are looking to pursue this charging in the future for their roads. And I suggest that if our state government's not asleep at the wheel, they should be doing something of the same. So there's a looming problem coming in here. We don't get a lot through grants and subsidies. Most of that is collected from the federal government and through the fuel excise, which is dwindling. And what we do have, less is being spent. So we can't rely on what we're going to get in grants and subsidies either. So we're in a perfect storm, and I think it's going to get worse. We need to put some thought into how we're going to manage it.
Probably to just take that on as a comment. I think, Councillor Bill?
Yeah, just probably more a comment. Also agree with some of the comments. Not necessarily think it's a good thing to just smooth or level across an organisation. It doesn't give a really good, clear, transparent picture of where things are happening. However, an ops report here is the proof in the pudding of how we're tracking. So if we're not tracking, I agree that we shouldn't just tweak the figures, because that's the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. Maybe it's, and this is why I brought up the subject with David before about the service catalogue, talking to the levels of service, the prioritisation model, and I'm going to go back to maybe the ambulance or the guardrail around the top of the cliff is to realign how we do the business, the priorities. We cannot, with rising costs, we've got to resolve ourselves to the fact that we work within our sphere of influence. We can say that governments don't give us this and this has changed and this has changed. Guess what? It's a new normal. But we've got to work within our sphere of influence, so we just can't keep asking the rate base to afford, because they're experiencing pressures from everywhere else. So maybe we need to go back and re-prosecute our prioritisation model and what is it that is absolutely critical to our business, instead of trying to tweak the figures to make the targets look good, and therefore the affordability is pushed onto the rate base because we want to operate our modus of operandum, our business, the same as we've always chosen to do in a changing world. I keep harping on it, and this here is proof in the pudding. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is why we have to go back and re-prosecute how we do our business. I'm not saying it's all bad, by no stretch. And I applaud the transparency on some of the figures and the reasons why there's variations. But overall, I think we have to address how we do the business in a changed environment. The world has changed forever with some of the stuff that's gone on just recently, and it will continue to change. Just a comment, Chair.
No, we'll be able to have a good discussion of that around the prioritisation model in a couple of weeks when it comes to council as well. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Chair, and it might have got lost in me making too many comments before. We need to have a conversation with our community about this, and I keep saying it. The level of service that the community expects, we need to know what they're prepared to fund. And if we can't provide it for what we've got, they need to know that. And they need to know that, that because of circumstance and situation, that they need to understand what can be provided for what we have at the moment. We can't keep promising what we're going to do, and individual councillors, let's say we need to talk with the one voice, and we need to have a very good conversation with our community about what they are prepared to fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I think we grabbed that one before. So there's a fundamental here about these reports, and that is that when we report each quarter, do we, as a group assessing these, accept that there will be changes, and we don't do any changes through the year and just report on what is achieved, rather than changing the targets at quarterly reviews? And that's a question that I asked the organisation, and perhaps through a conversation at ELT, because I agree, and it's always been some way of almost lack of transparency, if you like, to the community. If we change this and then we end up with green ticks in the next quarter or the quarter after, then we say, well, we've achieved it. Whereas when we go out for our budget at the start of the year, we have a commitment to the community to deliver X to the community. Through the passage of time, a number of reasons that changes. So the end of the year, however, could be that time when we say, well, we said we'd deliver 22 kilometres, we've only delivered 7, but these are the reasons why, rather than adjusting midway through. And I think that's the core of, or the nut of, both Rebecca and Bill, Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Bill's comments. And from an organisation, Mike, I'm happy for you to talk from an ISG perspective, but it may be something that ELT needs to consider through the culture of the organisation. But as long as there's respect from this boardroom to the organisation that says, we understand there will be variances up and down, we just need the commentary around that to let the community know. And that may be, rather than going and making changes through the year. So if you want to make comment of that, Mike? Or
yeah, look, I understand that. I think we also therefore need to, I was going to say that we need to align the operational plan and the budget probably a little bit better just as we come into the start of the financial year, is what I'll suggest to you. As I said, a lot of what we're doing here, and I'll just pick on a couple of elements there. So the operational plan gets put together a bit earlier than the finalisation of the capital budgets and stuff like that. So, for instance, on page, page 2 of 9, we're not actually building any, page 233 of 472, councillors, we're not actually building any bridges or culverts in the central area. So to have a target there of 3 when we're not actually building any is not, a thing. So I suppose we're using this first quarter as making sure things are aligned, budgets and op plans are aligned, a bit like we do with, BR1, any necessary adjustments. And I think we need to be able to take that on board, because I think it's always going to be a challenge for council to run into the start of financial year even into the future and have everything 100% aligned. So I think you need to allow yourselves a little bit of flexibility to have a little bit of adjustment at this first quarter, is my suggestion.
Sure. No, that's the sort of feedback I'd like. It maybe, or perhaps through Dave Quinlan's area, there might be some consideration given on our timings and through budgetary considerations around operations. There's always going to be some change because there's carryovers, there's all sorts of things, and BR1 and first quarter operation are times to do that. But it might be that we need to, the timing of how we do our budget might need a bit of an adjustment. Councillor Rebecca?
That's exactly my sentiments, Chair, that this is a timing issue and a planning issue. To allow it to go a full quarter is too long, in my opinion. I understand the need for some flexibility, but I think the solution is actually to address it at the front end with aligning our op plan and our budget better. And I don't believe that the solution, though, is revising down our targets.
So perhaps this is an opportunity for ELT to have a conversation and through the General Manager Anne-Marie at ELT level and do that. Given the history of where we are today and what we've done is where we are to this point, these targets may well have been, in hindsight, closer to what you will have had we gone through that process at that time. And we're not to know that. You may well have had, rather than shifting down, you may well have had those targets had we gone through that process at the start. So this is maybe an anomaly as a correction to get to that point, but perhaps, you know, what we wouldn't want to see as a group then is at the next quarterly that they would be changed again, other than going up, I would say. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I think we're missing a bit of a point here. We won't every year have 2 bridges or culverts somewhere, and I think in that way we need to have meaningful targets and things here. And if that's just slid over from last year to this year, then that needs to be addressed, because you're not going to go and have, bridges in north, south and central unless they're actually planned. We have time. They're not built overnight. They're planned. So we should be able to capture meaningful figures in those things rather than sliding something over.
No, and exactly, and that's where I think we're all in agreement there. So what my suggestion would be is that we accept this as the changes because of what we've done to that point, but going forward, perhaps ELT come back to us with some sort of an effort of timing and what that might look like. Councillor Tim?
Thanks, Chair. Mike, look, thanks for talking through this. I just wanted to pick up we're talking about roads and culverts and reseals in general here, and you've got your little area and, they're below and we've talked through reasons of that, but it does mean the community is getting less roads done, and I think that that remains a big issue, and across Queensland, I think across Australia, councils are struggling to deal with the impact of roads, and that's just the way it is. So it goes back to the old, we're running around asking for grants. And on a more general note, is there anything in the op plan concerning, federal and state grants concerning roads that we apply for or that we look into? Just knowing that as an election year, the feds are running around now talking about this particularly large bucket for, regional roads that are in bad repair that we may be able to tap into. Is that anything that comes into the op plan, the idea of some federal grant money?
Yes, from a point of view of the project. So there's, from the federal government side of things, we get heavy vehicle safety and productivity program funding that we've got a couple of projects this year under that. That's Bowmanville Moolah up that way, and also Oakey Bitterston. Bridges renewal program, we're doing a couple of major culverts at the moment. So that's another federal, and the federal black spot program as well. So we've got doing Yalanga Vale out west of Maringadan at the moment. So we're doing quite a number of projects which tend to, for us, tend to be a mix of renewal and upgrade, and also then bringing in the federal government's very keen to ensure safety improvements obviously are integrated into all those sort of projects. So that's been pretty positive from that. From the state side, it's been a bit quiet, but we do have the Transport Infrastructure Development Scheme, which is what we call our TIDS program, and we invest that. So we're in the order, we're fortunate, we get in the order of around about $20 million a year in those grants. The one that you've just mentioned, that's a new grant funding. We'll look at the details of that. We've also got, under the federal government, you've also got Roads to Recovery. So that's another major funding mechanism for that we take advantage of. So a lot of work behind the scenes goes into that every year. And like right now, we're doing preparation for 2 or 3 bridges renewal projects. There's a lot of concept development, business case development, those sorts of things are happening in, as I speak, basically. The same for the other programs. So the good thing has been that the federal government has been rolling these out on about an annual or 18-month basis, and we've been able to tap into them.
Yeah, look, thanks for, when I saw that latest federal grant for roads, I thought, gee whiz, we need to be all over this. So thanks for assuring me that your team is. Is it just something that they do operationally, or is there something in the operational report about the amount of these we apply for?
We don't particularly go to that level of detail in the report. We basically focus on outcomes rather than
No, that's
sort
right.
of outputs. Yeah.
And perhaps, you know, those extra federally or if possible, state government funded works that are happening at present, those blue lines that you've got there plus them, may be, you know, quite a higher number when you add up our internal work and external work. So, yeah.
Yeah, the numbers up there are very much focused on our renewal programs. So that's a little bit different to where the grant
agreed.
funding goes, but you're right, there is a bit of an overlap.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, any other questions for ISG? Thank you, Mike. It's a good discussion more broadly around the whole process rather than just ISG there, so we appreciate that.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. We move now to Planning and Development Services Group and welcome Stuart Summers to the lectern. Thank you, Stuart. Councillor, are there any questions for Planning and Development Services Group? Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair, through you. Thanks. Hi, Stuart. Thanks in advance for the answer. If I go to your request for changes to the op plan, page 255 of 472 on board books, or page 3 of 9 in attachment 11, this is in regards to the inner city living accelerating growth. And the development of an action plan for the inner city living accelerating growth has been, the request is that we scrap that entirely, and that furthermore that a percentage of inner city living accelerating growth action plan is implemented, and that we're measuring that also be scrapped. And there is commentary attached to the side there that, you know, this is going to be deferred until the city centre action plan priorities is substantially advanced. This is going to be informed by the outcome of Toowoomba Future Strategies studies and to be considered in planning for 22-23 financial year. Now, I'll ask a question first, and that is, around this table there's been quite a few voices really pushing for increased opportunities for people to live in the CBD. Is what I'm seeing here...
Sorry, Councillor Rebecca, if we delve too deeply into this, I will have a conflict because I've been out of the room on this, for this item. So if we delve too deeply into it, then I may have to remove myself from the room. Councillor Shine.
Depends on your level of comfort. It's at a planning level. I don't know, Chair.
I think I understand where you're going to in terms of council's obvious desire for encouraging and stimulating interest in residential activity within the CBD.
Yeah, I am. But Chair, are you comfortable, or would you like to?
No, I'm comfortable because it's really just around. Was put in the operational plan. It was a decision that was made outside of me. If that is removed from the plan, then, and if there's a decision that this group says we accept that, I should remove myself for that element. Now, how we manage that may be a little bit tricky, but I'm sure we can work it through.
Yep, okay, thank you. Yeah, so Stuart, we've talked about increasing the opportunities for people to live in the CBD. What I think this is saying here is it's pushing it out. Is that a fair assumption? Is that a fair reading?
A very fair reading of what we're doing there. It's a matter of aligning the ducks, and I might get Michelle to talk to that, being the manager of that area, if councillors are happy with that. But fundamentally, it boils down to, again, a resourcing issue. We just cannot... Well, it's a combination of one of our key urban designers being off ill, for some considerable time due to an accident, and also the inability to recruit highly competent staff at the moment. It's really, really difficult. But in fear of sounding like Sir Humphrey Appleby in saying those sorts of things, I might ask if we could invite Michelle into this conversation to provide some reasonably in-depth answer to the issue, because it is, one thing's connected to the other. It's like a web of policies.
Thank you, General Manager, and thank you, Councillor, for your question. Yes, it is proposed to defer this, and for the reasons that have been explained, predominantly relate to the resourcing issues in our team at the moment. We have multiple senior vacancies that we are attempting to try and fill, but we are struggling with that process. And combined with that, the industry, consulting industry generally, is also starting to see significant pressures on their workloads as well. So we are actually getting to the stage now where we are having some consultants actually not express interest in some of the work packages that we have put out recently. So there is a combination of multiple factors happening at a regional Australian and level that are impacting on work packages generally. So I will put that to one side now. In terms of the alignment of this strategy, it is a key outcome of the Toowoomba City Centre Master Plan to achieve and see increased opportunities for people to live, work and play in our CBD. That's a 20-year vision, and we have conducted some community engagement around a midterm review, and Council resolved to prepare an action plan. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to commence that action plan as yet, which would inform this project. And in addition, Council, at the end of the planning scheme review, also determined that we should undertake a preparation of a new planning scheme. That provides us with the opportunity to reconsider our growth for the future. We're maturing as a region, and we currently have a proposal for a regional growth strategy on consultation with the community at the moment, which provides some options. One of those options is about continuing to look at opportunities for increased inner city living and increased consolidation or opportunities to live more generally in our existing urban areas. One is to expand those new communities. So these broader strategies actually help revise and set the context of the, objectives and how that might be delivered, and particularly on not just within the core area of the CBD, but on our fringes. So we have quite a lot of land that's in the mixed-use zone. So rethinking those opportunities as well as within the CBD itself. I'm pleased to say that, however, there is interest from the development community. We've seen a number of applications in recent times come through for medium-rise development in and around our CBD, which I take as an indication that there is some continuing opportunities despite council not being able to, suitably attract the resources required to deliver on this. And however, in terms of implementation, we do have a briefing coming up shortly with you about how we could incentivise some aspects of inner city living, and that is scheduled to discuss shop top living with you. So we continue to work in ways that we can, but we would like to see some alignment with these broader strategies and the opportunity to properly resource these.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you for that, through you, Chair. Thank you for that, Michelle. I just fundamentally disagree with this approach, because how this is supposed to work is this chamber sets the strategic direction of council, including the timelines and the resources to meet those strategic objectives. And it shouldn't be the case that if we have done that, then the pushback comes from a lack of the ability to attract consultants and resource the HR. It's supposed to be that this is the strategic direction, including timelines, including the resources, and then that flows through operationally. And I also worry about what it says to the community, because we've had many discussions around this chamber. We've had the chair of the planning department talk favourably about this. And then to to eliminate it as a KPI that we measure and we keep an eye on. We might fall short, but that's all right. At least we are, as our Mayor says, on a journey here, and we are still maintaining our eyes on the goal. And to remove the goal is actually not reflecting the strategic direction of this council.
I think I might just take issue with one point. We're not removing the goal. We're not suggesting for 1 minute we will not be addressing those issues. However, what we're saying is under the current situation of resource shortage, we just cannot come up with, well, I guess we could if we were totally unfettered in what we could offer in the way of remuneration and other rewards to attract people to Toowoomba to do the work that we need done. And I also include in that consultants, because it's not easy to get good quality consultants as well, because everybody, there's incredible demand at the moment for that expertise. There's any number of major councils throughout SEQ that are currently in the same stage as us, redoing their planning schemes, redoing their LGIPs, all the rest of it. There is a shortage in the economy at the moment of expertise, and there's not a lot we can do about that. We could fumble around in the dark. We could actually come up with half-baked policies, solutions on as a result of that shortage, but I think we would rather do it properly. And as Michelle explained, I think before, it's a bit of a Russian doll set. We have the City Centre Master Plan and the implementation part of that which needs to be done. That will cover off on, that'll be the power, head of power, I guess you could say, for a lot of these other policies. But it is interesting though, however, that despite the lack of that policy being in place, which might say a lot of things, but we have had, for the first time in many, many years, interest in building fairly significant residential development within the CBD. Maybe its time has come, but and it would be nice to have good policies in place so that not all the burden falls on the DA planners to, and through the DA planners to the strategic planners to come up with good outcomes in that case. But that's what's been happening with these particular applications, because there hasn't been a clear policy in place at the moment. And it's not because we don't want to do it as officers, it's not because we've got better things to do. It fundamentally is that issue of resources, and if we could do something about that, you know, switch a switch on, it would be fantastic. We are as frustrated as you in terms of not being able to deliver that policy at this time as promised in our operational plan. However, what we're saying is we will, because of the resource shortages, we have lots of other really important projects to do with the resources that we do have and a very short timeline in which to do it. So we're pushing that off to next year in the hope that with the changes that take place as we open up post-COVID, that some of the resources may come back.
Yeah, it's just that you state here that even the resources will only be considered in planning for 22-23 financial year. So there's no, the timeline to me is unacceptable, but so too is the notion that the feasibility and the reality that it will actually happen is becoming diluted because it's just being considered so far down the track. That's my disagreement with that one. Thanks. And it reinforces the importance of us being an employer that is attractive to all of these really hard to get
That's
staff.
part of it, absolutely, and I think we are an attractive employer. The issue is that we are trying to attract resources that are scarce, high competition. Now, unless we're really in the market and offer remuneration and other incentives to get people to this city, in other words, most of the people we're looking for are people who have a spouse, have children at school, have a spouse that's employed, and it's a matter of uprooting people to bring them to Toowoomba, and it's very difficult.
Some of them might want to live in the CBD.
Sorry?
some of them might want to live in the CBD.
Yeah, the figures, correct me if I'm wrong, but the figures are around about 161 vacancies at the moment in council, which would be the highest we've had. It's probably reflective of a lot of local governments. So Councillor Megan, then Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I just wanted to make a comment about this issue and about the sort of the domino effect. I guess, you know, we're producing a new planning scheme, and when council, as its strategic direction, gives a direction to shorten up those timeframes, then this is what happens. This is the result. So, you know, that domino effect, that might have been what we wanted to do, but that's meant then that there's resources taken away from, say, this, and I agree with you. I think, you know, we all want to see the CBD revitalised and have that dynamicism in the CBD. But, you know, when we make a decision, then that's knocked on to here. And, you know, we all went to that skills shortage breakfast the other day at the Chamber. Everyone's having the same sort of issues. And so just being mindful then of things like decisions around, say, the railway parklands and funding that and putting it as a priority, then what does that mean then to people sort of wanting to come and live in the CBD? You know, so it's just not an individual item, I think, just trying to take it in context of everything else. So.
I'll take that as a comment. Councillor Megan. Councillor Bill?
Yeah, probably another comment too. I said it before, this is a snapshot of where we are. This is the proof of the pudding. Are we doing it well? Aren't we? Are we focused in the right areas? Aren't we? This is a measuring tool. So my question is, what do we do with that? It doesn't fall to the operational arm. The responsibility falls right within this room, and it goes back to prioritisation. So my suggestion, Chair, is, you know, as one who's been through many quarterly reports, and many of us around the room, all of us, what are the takeaway items for us, and what do we do with this quarterly report? It's a measurement tool. How are we going to utilise it? How are we going to reset the priorities? How are we going to assist the organisation? If we determine that this is an important issue and it trumps others, what are we going to do about it to reshuffle the deck of cards? Because we have to work within our constraints. So that's not the organisation's responsibility alone. That's this room. So I'm suggesting, Chair, that out of quarterly reports, we should be setting a forum where the main themes and priorities come out of that, and we've heard some today, and we should be actually strategically discussing them and realigning so that we're well prepared for the next alignment of budget and operational plan, so that we do actually deliver what we say we do. That's no single person's issue here. That's everyone that's in the room right now. So I really think we should be setting a forum, because this is an absolute measurement tool. It's an assessment. It's our report card.
Yep, and I agree. It's a strategic organisational question that really needs to be embraced at that level.
Yep.
Thanks, Bill. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. Just to what the past two speakers have said, that does make a lot of sense, and I think we have a department that, yep, you have your set resources and you respond to what we say here in the chamber. But then, for instance, with railway parklands, that was always something that existed and we had plans for. But now there's something happening with railway parklands, and now that has to be, or does it have to be, absorbed by the department, even if that's at odds with what we as a chamber have prioritised. So how do we square this circle, or do we just keep on getting these reports and going, well, why is it so? You know, I do think that there needs to be a conversation about that.
Yep. Yeah.
I think we're all saying exactly the same thing here, as a matter of fact.
It's a shared experience, that one, and if I let Michelle loose for a moment, which I don't dare do, she'd really be able to explain to you the difficulties doing that and having the odd other matter dropped on them from great height. But, yep, and, you know, we haven't lost sight of the main game in strategic planning at all, and that's what we're really... It's a bit like a ship in a heavy sea. We're jettisoning the unnecessary cargo that's not essential for the moment to keep the boat afloat. And so we'll come back and pick up that cargo in better times, hopefully.
So, but Mr General Manager, that's not the best way to drive the boat. I mean, I'm suggesting...
Well, you don't go out in heavy seas.
I'm suggesting that the corporate owner of the boat actually sets a plan on how we go about engaging the storm.
Take that analogy further. Yep.
So there's a combination here of a number of things to realign the strategic thinking of council to lead into the operational arm, and you know, we've picked up on it through David's area, and certainly Stuart and Mike Brady have picked up on it. Nick's picked up on it. They're all common themes right across. So we've got a good few sessions ahead of us, which would be great.
Yep. And with the underlying theme of scarcity, I think it's that underlying fundamental economic principle.
Well, there's a few themes, but certainly, you know, staffing is an issue right across, not just us, but everywhere, and we heard that the other day as well. Any more questions for Mr Summers? Any more questions for Mr Summers? Okay.
Just a very brief comment, if I can. Some of the comments that have been made here I agree with, but of course one of the unknown factors is external funding when it arrives, and we have to change our whole pathway. And there's not much we can do about that. I think if there ever is an investigation that ought to be made, it's into the external funding available for local government and the confusion. I mean, even the railway parkland, which Councillor Von Hoff mentioned, goodness me, it was off the agenda, on the agenda, and in fairness, could I just say it's possibly a political football at this point in time. But anyhow, in saying that, very often, if we get external funding, it's absolutely necessary for us to respond, use that funding, and change the plan.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's another conversation around that area too. Let's move to water and waste. And we've got Damien here. Thank you, Stuart. Welcome, Damien. Water and waste. Action analysis and KPIs read well if it's just a helicopter outlook on that one, Damien. Are there any questions for water and waste? Any questions for Damien?
Thank you, Councillor. I've got you all up.
I've got one. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks. I was hoping somebody else would have a question while I found mine. It had to do with the asset management. Now, I'm trying to actually remember if it was in here or if it was in the CEO's op plan report. General Manager, can you direct me? Is it in... Oh, here we go. Found it, sorry. Page 218 of 472.
Councillor, I don't have my device with me. Can you give me the page number of the physical?
Sure. Page 143 of 151. If you've got all 151 pages there, yep.
Yes.
So the water asset capitalisation under the action water infrastructure asset management. And we've got a little yellow circle and an exclamation point there, target 31% and the completion is 26%. And you've cited the challenges of staff movements there.
Yes.
And we talk a lot in this chamber about the importance of asset management.
Yes.
You in particular are a big champion of asset management in our water infrastructure. Can you just comment, please, about what that staff movements challenge is and the reason that we're falling below the target, please?
Sure. There's only 3 staff members in that group, and one of them has pursued an internal vacancy to progress her career and take up a permanent vacancy. And that is where she's gone. She's gone to the capital projects team instead of being under Phil McEwen to be under Ray. So we are going to try and recruit that role, but we haven't been able to fill it yet.
Okay, so the expectation is that once that, 33% of your workforce returns to the team, that number would return to being on track. Is that a
Best
fair...
endeavours. I think it's too preliminary to change KPIs at this point in time. We'll go out and try and recruit. If not, we'll try and get the cadet into those roles. It's asset management is a wonderful place to have an absolute profession and become a specialist in it, but it's also one of those grounding anchors or the building blocks that make a good water, sewer or a waste person to have done some time in network planning, in operations, in asset management, in capital delivery, even in the Mechalek area, so the civil as well as the rotating parts of our business. And then from there to step up into more senior roles. But this was part of a particular employee's professional development, which I support.
Okay, thank you. And then just below it, we've got the KPI that's attached. Oh gosh, the board. Now I've lost it as well. The dam safety, thank you. So we've had our comprehensive dam inspections completed for 2021. We've exceeded our targets. We've got 100% complete, over 86 was the target. And the milestone there, dam safety reports received from consultants and internal documentation reviewed and updated. And I assume that that's going to form part of the information that comes to councillors to consider with all of the dam wall upgrade work.
Yes, that program and the 2 projects, so Kubi Dam Wall and Crestbrook Dam Wall, those projects are progressing very well. Some material has just been sent to the Dam Safety Regulator and to our independent experts to help assess the exact scope of the intervention that we'll be doing with the dam wall. We are trying to make it a smaller intervention than had been anticipated, and that will have budgetary implications which will meet our envelope of capital.
Okay.
So I'm very happy. We've actually got the Dam Safety Regulator in the project steering committee group.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Just on that one, Damien, would there be opportunity for councillors to have a session on that sooner rather than later?
I can bring you up to speed on the program and the roadmap going forward. There are some decisions to be made. We could do it in an information session.
Yeah.
There are some discretions and decisions that need to be made by the Dam Safety Regulator on advice from our independent experts. And I wouldn't want to do any of that in public forum.
No,
I can certainly update the chamber on the progress of those 2 projects.
That would be good. I'd appreciate that, and so much, or one step further, from an audit committee perspective, it would be nice for them to receive that as well, given the quantum of this, of what it's about. But I'd like the councillors to receive that before the audit committee does.
I'll see to that.
The audit committee is the 2nd of December, so it's not far away.
We will try our best to get an information session or reschedule something which can be pushed beyond.
Yeah. If not, it may have to be later. But
I'm looking to Ray and I'm getting a nod, or I'm getting a shake, I'm getting a nod. Yeah, thumbs up.
He's sort of, he'd be no good at charades. It's all sorts of things. Okay, but just keep that in mind.
Question
And if it's not at this audit committee, then the first one next year.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks for that. Any other questions for Water and Waste? Thank you, Damien.
Thank you, councillors.
Okay, councillors. Well, actually, that concludes the operational plan. So well done to everyone. That's right, Dave. You ready to just have a few minutes there to close out and perhaps make some comments? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it's been a rather long session. I'll only take a few minutes. First, minor administrative detail. Obviously, council can change the operational plan, but but of course that's done under resolution. So when we look at the recommendation, which is to note this report, I think when we get to the ordinary meeting of council, we'll put on there and adopt the recommended changes as shown in, taking into account the comments that were made today. Just to address that. The second issue is that we are bound, obviously, to keep moving with this format for this fiscal year. We would like to ask the question how council feels about this format, the way the material is presented. In the new calendar year, we might like to come back to council and potentially present some alternatives in terms of how this material is displayed in terms of a quarterly report, if council was seeking something differently. To talk in very broad terms, these are very, very detailed reports. Would council prefer something that is probably a little more strategic with a written comment, as an example, from a GM for, say, half a page, or is council very comfortable with this? If council is very, very comfortable with this report as it stands in this type of format, let us not spend too much more time on it. But if there is interest in it being something, or there are comments about how it could be more useful, officers would like to explore that. We currently spend a fair bit of resource producing this, and if it's not what council wants, we'd rather do something that council did want.
Okay, thank you, David. I might just get some feedback, which may help work through that. Councillor Carl and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Actually, rather than prosecute the individual items or a comment, I'd rather, as I suggested before, that the officers, yourself and executive, actually hone down some themes, emerging themes or pressure points across the organisation, so that we can actually have a forum, set aside a time, a forum, to discuss how we realign things according to those major themes that are brought out. That gives us better alignment at formulation of the budget time and outcomes with operational plan. So I'd much prefer that to be distilled, some initial thematic analysis, whatever you want to call it, and then for councillors to be able to have an opportunity with executive management, yourself, to be able to discuss how we refocus. Councillor Rebecca brought up a classic one here just before. Are we going to refocus on that? Do we resource the section? How does that compete with other priorities in the organisation? All of that stuff. If we're not actually willing to engage with a management tool of this integrity, then it's only ever going to be an indicator. We won't actually change anything. So that's what I'd prefer to see, rather than a whole heap of stuff to read through at a quarterly report forum. Set aside another strategic or forum to be able to go through those themes.
Yeah, so you'd be more in line with David's thinking, which is a more higher level.
But not at this forum, not at this quarterly report. I think if as you say, David, you've identified some from the discussions here, some topics that need rethinking and some refocus. Well, then we need to commit to engage in how we're going to address that.
So that's the next step. But I guess what David's asking here today is the format that's currently being presented as a quarterly. Are you comfortable with that as it is, or is it given, I don't know how long it takes the organisation to put this together, but is it telling the story that we need it to be told, or is it a complete overdone? I guess that's where David's coming from. Councillor Megan.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. I have to agree. I think what happens at these meetings is that we look through where are the red crosses, and then we ask a question about a red cross. And I don't think that that's kind of. I would rather much prefer some sort of higher level document, some sort of dashboard type thing, to have it in that form.
Could there be a suggestion that we look at other areas, David, and you could come back as an info session as to what that looks like?
Indeed, Mr. Chairman, it is talking about this. If we were to come back, giving a presentation, our thoughts at this point are looking at BI dashboard, which is showing you things in real time, and then perhaps reporting at these sorts of meetings more on the basis of exception. So if it is our tendency to look through, see the red crosses, why don't we come here and report on the red crosses? Happy to come back with some ideas. Certainly, Councillor Carley raised the issue of what we'd be doing. There is a requirement for us to report quarterly on what we have done. I get that is looking perhaps a little backwards, and which is necessary for us to do, report what we've done. You raised the point that we need to be better at looking forward at what we're going to do looking forward. We'll take that on board, certainly.
Thanks, David. So, councillors, we're comfortable for David to come back with some. That wouldn't be until early next year, I would imagine.
That would be in the new calendar year, sir. Okay.
Thank you, David. So, councillors, we do have a motion before us, which has been slightly adjusted given the changes that Kirsten's made along the way to the attachments. The council note the organisational performance and adopt the recommended changes as outlined in the 21-22 Operational Plan Quarter 1 Progress Report, July through to September. So that's the motion before us, councillors. Do I have someone like to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. Would anyone like to vote or discuss this item? So, Councillor Rebecca, you'd like to vote against it? Or?
No, just some clarification, I guess, that we haven't got a complete picture of what those recommended changes have been. We've just been sort of keeping an oral record in our heads. I don't...
Kirsten's kept a record as we've gone through. Did you want to just make a note of those, Nick, that have come through?
Perhaps.
And there's only been a couple, actually, that we've changed. There was one from customer service, from memory, and the CEO's measure. You want to talk to that? Sorry.
So there was the CEO's requested changes, and I would suggest that the guidance and direction there was to defer that until the second quarter review after we've had a chance to prosecute what that might look like. So that attachment wouldn't be included in the report that comes to the ordinary meeting. And there was some refinement to the customer service. There was something there that we would update and amend before then. They were the two changes I thought were sort of directed. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Just needed some clarification about what the recommendation actually meant.
So we had a mover, Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we have 12 minutes. Thank you, David. 12 minutes. We'll push on to item number 4, which is the annual financial statements and financial management letters, Toowoomba Regional Council, Empire Theatres, Toowoomba and Surat Basin Pty Ltd and John Darien Woolshed. We do have in the room, and I should make mention, and I will, we've got Beck. Thank you, Beck, for coming along today. Beck's been, she's basically running financial services at the moment, managing that, so well done, Beck. We've just elevated you for the next little while to managing that area. We've got Zach, who is a graduate in the program, got his CPA earlier this year and a couple of months ago, and Thon. Now, Thon is the new Controlled Entities Financial Services Accountant. So Thon will be working closely with Controlled Entities. That's item 5, but while we're into financial services, it'd be worthwhile mentioning those. So thanks very much for coming along today to see how things happen. Good on you. Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Thanks, Chair. So, Councillor, this is a new requirement from last year that we present for councillors noting the financial statements of Toowoomba Regional Council and each of our controlled entities, and also the management letters. So those management letters detail all outstanding audit issues or work in progress. So obviously this will be a bit of work for Thon over the coming months to work with our controlled entities and make sure each of these issues are addressed, and also for financial services to manage the outstanding items for Toowoomba Regional Council. Now, these financial statements have all been audited by the Queensland Audit Office They were consolidated financial statements adopted as part of the annual report at that special meeting in October. So happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Emery. So it's almost interesting how we're having this now, and they're already in the annual report that we adopted last week. So this is something new for us to do from a
We started last year. Last year was the first year we had this requirement to table these reports at a meeting. We were so close to making October's meeting, but we were waiting for one management letter to come through. So we will try to get that through to the October meeting in a more timely manner for councillors.
That'd be terrific. It's got a touch of Irish about it. That's all.
Oh my goodness.
Any questions in regard to item 4, councillors? No questions? Councillor Rebecca?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Anne-Marie. I want to note 2 figures that are in the attachments, and then a question, if I might, Chair.
Certainly.
The first is in the attachment that relates to the Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise annual financial statements and final management letter. And page 11 of that, there's a lot of numbers in all of these, and I guess, what I try to do is look for substantial changes or things that just, appear a little bit unusual, something like that. And I just note that for TSBE, their staff wages have increased fairly significantly year on year. We're up 24.2%, $378,000 in wages from last year to this year. And, that's a number, a 24% rise in staff wages is a number that perhaps requires some further questioning from the board. And I appreciate they're not here at the moment, but
I'm very happy to take
question
that
on notice.
question on note, but I can advise councillors that the wages are usually project related at TSBE, so they're dependent, so they've got a small number of staff that are, admin operational, and then that grows when there are specific projects. But I'm happy to take that one on notice and send councillors an email.
Thank you. And then the other one is on the John Dairy and Woolshed financial statements for the year ending 30 June 2021, page 4. It's on the statement of comprehensive income. It's to note that there was an income of $935,113 through grants, subsidies and sponsorships. That's TRC, that's council. And at the $463,000 of that was spent on employee benefits and expenses, so wages mostly. And $176,000 of that was on administration expenses. So we've got and sales, so what was actually going in was $167,000. So council puts in $935,000, John Darian makes $167,000, $463,000 comes out in mostly wages, $176,000 comes out in administration expenses, and then we've got a operating result for the year of $420,000. And given what is happening with John Dairy and Woolshed, I guess the question there is, what happens with that $420,000 now? Does that come back into consolidated revenue for council, or does that sit quarantined for the John Dairy? And what happens with that $420,000, please, Anne-Marie?
So part of the income was the drought community grant funding, so that was over $200,000, which isn't reflected in the expenditure there. And again, I can provide full details of that. We're in the process of finalising the winding up of the operations, and the final funds will transfer back to council in the form of unspent contributions. So as you've pointed out, council has contributed significantly to the John Dairy and Woolshed. What hasn't been spent and what's left over in that wind up will be brought back onto council's books.
Okay, thanks. And then the last question is, in attachment 1 of 4, under that item, so the Queensland Audit Office has gone through all these numbers and done their reports, and it's a question in the letter to the Mayor. The Queensland Audit Office says that, and it's repeated in all of the attachments, each year we report the results of all financial audits and significant issues to Parliament. This year we intend to include the results of our audit of Toowoomba Regional Council, John Dairy and Woolshed, TSBE and Empire to Parliament. And I wanted to ask, is that typical or is that atypical for this year?
That happens every year.
Okay.
There's a full report, and when that report's released, I'm happy to share that one with councillors.
Excellent. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Emma. Any other questions? Councillor Megan?
Thanks, Mr Chair. Councillor Von Hoff mentioned that we did that reading the financials with the QTC the other day, so I don't know whether I'm emboldened or realise how much I don't know. On page 55 of attachment 1, so with the operating surplus ratio, can you explain to me why the forecast into the out years dips down so low? Like why it then we're looking at 0.2, 0.9 and then it starts to rise again? Is there an explanation for that?
Tells the story.
Tells the story?
So you're on, you're on what page you got up there?
362 of 472.
Yeah, no, it's up on, it's the one that's up on the big screen. That's the one you're looking at, Megan? Which is what Anne Marie was, so is the consolidated? So all elements, as in?
Yeah, the operating surplus ratio, is that what you've got up
So
there?
it's within that range of 0 to 10%.
Yeah, I just wondered why.
We're very happy with it being, with that ratio remaining within the range. It doesn't take much to change those percentages at all. So I'm happy to take that one on notice and shoot through an email. The years in particular we're looking at there for 20...
We'll say like in 2022 and 2023 it really dips down and then it starts to sort of, why the forecast would be for it to...
I could ask Beck if she can provide an answer, but it doesn't matter. I'm happy to take it on notice. Do you know why? But happy to take that one on notice.
It may be in line with, the other two measures. So if you look at the financial liability ratios, how it's creeping up over, which would mean we would be borrowing perhaps more for the likes of a dam spillway or a water treatment plant, the asset renewal ratio, you'll see it drops right down to 58.5 in 2024. So those surplus ratios will respond directly to what the operational spend would be for that capital investment. Just as my assessment of it.
Yeah, and with the asset sustainability ratio, when you look at the new water treatment plant that we will be working on in a couple of years, the admin building, these are the projects that are included, and Charlton Sports Camp, so they're new projects. The dam spillways is an upgrade project, so won't have the same impact.
Thank you.
At the when we report this, next year, we'll have extra measures in there as well from QTC.
Yeah, so the proposal is from the department is 8 measures instead of the 3.
That's right.
Yeah. And they're all looking pretty good for us too. Any other questions for Anne-Marie or Rebecca for that matter? Beck at the background? No questions for Beck. Okay, we have a recommendation before us then, councillors. The council note the certified financial statements and financial management letters for council and its controlled entities. That's a recommendation. Do you have a mover for that recommendation? Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by the Mayor. Any discussion? Comment? You want to go into debate, Councillor O'Shea? No? Okay, those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, I propose we do break now because it's right on 12 o'clock, so if we could adjourn for 45 minutes. 45 minutes, are we comfortable with that? No, there's actually another item. There's item 5, controlled entities. Yeah, no, there's a bit to go. No, it's okay. There's a little bit to go.
Mr Chairman, if I may, I've received communications from Shirley Ann Gardner this morning, and it is now confirmed that there has been a COVID-19 outbreak or a infection in Warwick. I don't know the implications for us yet, but it's associated with the Gundawindi stroke Moree outbreak. So I just thought I'd keep you informed with that.
Oh, it's on the table, thank you. So what we'll do is, happy to adjourn for 45 minutes, return at 12:45. Have someone to move that? Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? Brilliant, thank you. and in the gallery. Appreciate you being here. And so we resume the Finance and Business Strategy Group meeting for November, and we move to item number 5, which is the controlled entities quarterly financial reports as at the 30th of September, and I'll hand over to Anne-Marie. Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. So again, this is reporting on our controlled entities. We used to report in an informal information session, and we amended that about 12 months ago and started quarterly reporting through committee and through ordinary meeting. And this is just in an attempt to be more transparent with the operations. Also, this will be a very key role for Thon, will be to work with each of the entities in developing these reports to ensure they're providing you with the information relevant and necessary in a timely basis.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. It's good that we have Thon in the room in regard to this. Obviously, a lot of work being done at the moment through the woolshed. Did you just want to touch on the woolshed for the time being? Because obviously there's no financials here, but there's a report in regard to that.
Yes, so council decision in July to transfer the operation. So the previous report, councillors, that we looked at today was that report to the 30th of June. We've been very busy since that decision in July in transferring the operations and wrapping up the balance sheet, so line by line. So ensuring that all accounts are paid, that the employees have been looked after, that really delivering exactly what we said we would deliver in July. So I'm very comfortable and confident with how that's going, and we're looking now at a 30th of November final date, and we will work with Queensland Auditor Office to ensure those statements, the final statements, are audited, and there will be a report to the March Audit Committee.
Thanks, Anne-Marie, for that, putting that into context. Are there any questions in regard to the report, councillors, on any of the items that are listed there? The 3 items. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. Just one. So we have the quarterly report for Empire, we have the quarterly report for TSBE, we have the progress update for John Darien, and I understand the reasons for that because it's moving within council. So my question is, where will us councillors be able to have visibility of the John Darien finances in the reports that come to us?
So it will be a full audited set of financial statements with matters arising, a management letter exactly as we've seen in that last report, full details. And I'm happy to take that report to you as soon as possible with how we're going and how we're wrapping that up.
Okay, thanks. The other questions, we have a deputation from TSBE next week, I believe.
There is a deputation in the calendar, yeah.
Hold that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to item number 5, control entities? I appreciate the work, Anne-Marie, that you and your team are doing and the extra level of engagement, I guess, with the control entities that's happened as a result of the Audit Committee, QAO and what have you. And it is something that obviously council's very much aware of as you are and the ELT. So, councillors, with those few words, the recommendation before you is the council note the quarterly reports as at 30 September 2021 for its controlled entities Empire Theatres Pty Ltd and Toowoomba Surat Basin Enterprise Pty Ltd, along with the progress update of the John Darien Woolshed Pty Ltd transition. Do I have someone to move that recommendation? Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Antonio. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thanks, everyone. That concludes the Finance and Business Strategy meeting for November. Once again, thank you, Beck, Zach and Thom, for your presence here today as well. I'll hand over to the Mayor for Economic Development.
Councillors, I'll officially declare the meeting open. I think it's going to be a very brief meeting, as you would realise. Can I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose song lines traverse these lands, Western Waka Waka, Guyabal, Jarrawarra and Bigambul peoples, and can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Can we note, please, the apology, the absence of Councillor Summerfield, and wish her well. If I could just make a couple of comments, ladies and gentlemen. It's probably not necessarily directly related to the meeting, but a number of us last night had the privilege of being at a function where I think one of our very notable citizens, Dennis Campbell, was given a very, very special award, a Queensland Museums Medal. There hasn't been one awarded to anybody in that space since about 2002, from my understanding. But, you know, if you look at what he has done, it was recommended to him simply because he contributes to research, collections, projects, community projects, partnerships and engagement, and his involvement. If you want to actually have a look at what he's in fact achieved in this community, it's quite amazing. St Vincent's Hospital, Base Hospital, Heritage Board, and many, many other things. But whilst we were there, we had the opportunity to meet Jim Thompson, the CEO of Queensland Museums, and I took the liberty of having a conversation with Professor Margaret Schell, who is the chair of Queensland Museums. Now, she is a descendant of the famed pastoralist in this area, James Tyson. And I have had the feeling that whenever I had the opportunity, I ought to ask Queensland Museums to, in some way, become involved in the John Darian Woolshed, you know, particularly from a governance perspective, that kind of thing. The response that she gave me, and the interest, of course, she has because of her family, was great. And I'm going to invite them to present to Council in the not-too-distant future, hopefully, and work with us as we go on this journey and this pathway to make absolutely sure that we recognise the critical role that John Darian Woolshed has played in the history here. So I just thought I would update you on that, and I would suggest to you that it's a good connection to have, given Jim Thompson's ability to be involved in things, and probably a partnership in some ways with Cov & Co, which is a brilliant organisation. And of course, there's a similar story there. There's a very, very similar pathway from Cov & Co in its infancy to where it's got to today. So look, with that, there's no matter for any motions or anything of that nature. I'll just simply declare the meeting closed and hand back over to Councillor James.
Thank you, Mayor. So we'll go back into, that's not mine, the Environment and Community Committee meeting. So the first thing we do, the next two items are in confidential. So the first motion, I'll require councillors' motions that we go into confidential. Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor McDonald. All those in favour? Let's get this up. All right. Welcome back to our audience tuning in. So we've got the environment and community confidential items. The first of those items is the Rockville Park Clubhouse and Amenities project update. I don't have to do the conflict, can do it? So I just need to make reference to that declarable conflict of interest and the outcome that was derived from council, that I was able to remain and participate and vote on the matter. So we do have a recommendation before you there, councillors, and that is council approve the replacement and upgrade of the Rockville Park Clubhouse and Amenities Building project over the financial years of 21-22 and 22-23, and approve an increase of the project budget in accordance with option 3 as detailed in the report, Rockville Park Clubhouse and Amenities Building project. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McMahon, seconded Councillor Vonoff. Gee, a million institutional. Then no one wishes to go into debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? So it's carried unanimously. We'll go to the next item. It is the Millmerran Aquatic Centre project update. So the recommendation there, that council approve an increase of the budget for the Millmerran Aquatic Centre project to enable the project to progress as detailed in the confidential report entitled Millmerran Aquatic Centre Project Update. So do we have a mover for that motion? Councillor Antonio, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Anyone wish to go into debate? All those in favour? Those against? So that one is carried. Councillors, that brings a conclusion to the Environment and Community Committee meeting for the month of November.